All right, look at this. We're sitting almost exactly on the structural low from last week at 41.4. Price is hovering there right now, and yet the daily RSI is at 43. It hasn't been this oversold on a move this big, this tight, in weeks. That's the divergence I can't stop staring at. Our buy is running from 41.2. We're already up 183 pips. The EA did the right thing playing this bounce off the Asian range breakdown. It is a messy zone down here though. The daily bias is screaming sell, but on the 5-minute we're neutral and choppy. The dollar is flat, yields are steady, and yet gold just can't find any buyers above the 41.20 Oken. I think we're trapped in a waiting game until London fully steps away for the weekend. The real question is whether 4,100 acts as the magnet it was yesterday, or if this slow grind is actually accumulation before a run to reclaim the Asian low. I'm not sure yet. Honestly, that's why we sit with a risk-free runner and see how the close shapes up. What do you guys think? Do we hold here or drift into the weekend week? Masha Sony, my friend, welcome back. So glad to see you again. It's been a minute. We are right in the thick of London action with a live buy trade running at 41.02, up about 107 pips as we speak. How have you been? Twanta Kalerin, you are back with that amazing energy. I love it. Look at this open buy we have right now. It's running 28 pips and climbing. Take profit 1 at 41.6. Take profit 2 at 41.9. If this thing keeps pushing toward that 41.19 level you love, you might be dancing very soon. Keep those dancing shoes ready. Alright, let's talk about the bigger picture first, because it actually matters today. We've got the weekly trend still bearish, gold's been selling off for 3 months now, the daily RSI is at 43, and the Fed is locked into a hold that's supportive for gold long term, but the move right now is clearly down. The big specs are still loaded up long though, 194,000 contracts, net long with a 6.45-TO-1 ratio. So, someone's been buying this dip or bull trapping it, hard to say. Then you zoom into today, and it's a different vibe entirely. We opened at 41.23, Asia rejected us hard, we're below Asian low at 41.9, and the day has been nothing but Chop City, ADX, at 14, chopping us at 53, it's just noise. But here's the thing, my open buy from 41.2 is 104 pips in profit, and the EA just moved the stop to break even, so that's hands-free. And honestly, that's the whole point of this system. You don't need any experience. The robot picks entries, stop losses, and take profits by itself. Check how it works at XAUUSDjulia.com. I mean, London brought the volume, but we haven't broken anything cleanly. I'm watching 41.3 as support right now, but if we slice down through here, the next level is literally 40.55 from yesterday's low. Could go either way, honestly. That's why I don't force a direction. What do you guys think? London's still active for another 4 hours. Do we hold, or do we break? 44 pips, first target done. And now we are completely risk-free, stops locked at break-even. Let's see if we can stretch this one. Okay, stops locked at break-even now. From here on out, it's all downside protection and upside potential. Guys, okay, look at the Bollinger Bands here. We're sitting right in the middle of them, with the ATR dropping in volatility, basically flat at 1%. That tells me the market is just breathing. It's consolidating, and classic consolidation means one thing. The next big move is loading. We're not seeing any directional conviction. The ADX is barely above 17, which is just noise, so we're in a pure wait-and-see zone. Now the broader picture is actually interesting. We've got the dollar dead flat, yield stable, and the fear and greed index is creeping back toward neutral after being in the 30s last week. So the macro fear is fading, but gold is still struggling to get any traction. That tells me the big money is probably just positioning. They're not pushing yet. Our COT data shows the specs are still extremely long, but the price action is telling a different story. So there's a disconnect. And right now we just hit a take profit. The EA grabbed another clean win off that London Open bounce. That's the exact same robot you're watching live right now, the Julia Scalper EA, pulling these scalps out of a low volatility environment. It's all about pattern recognition, not predicting the direction. I'm not sure if we break out of this range today or if we just drift into the close. Could go either way, honestly. But if we can reclaim the day open around 41.23, that's the first step for the bulls. Until then, we're patient. Let's see what happens. Hey Blub, great question. This is MetaTrader 4, or MetaTrader 4 as we call it. It's the industry standard platform for Forex and gold trading, and it's completely free to download. Julia Scalper runs exclusively on MetaTrader 4, so this is where all the magic happens live on screen. You know something? I've been staring at the commitment of traders' data and it really tells the story. The big players are loaded up. 194,000 contracts net long, almost 6.5 longs for every short. That's conviction. So when the smart money is that bullish and we're still trading this low, that usually means they're positioning for something bigger, but right now we're stuck in a range. ADX is 19.7, the choppiness index is dead neutral at 50, gold doesn't know what to do with itself. Look, we're sitting below the day open at 41.23, below the Asian low, and the weekly open at 41.84 is miles away. Price is trying to push, but it just can't break through, and yet we're holding. We've got a buy at 41.2, running with 400 plus pips already. The EA took partial profits earlier, locked the rest risk-free, which is smart because honestly this market could go either way. Who knows? That's what the stop is for. If we reclaim that 41.16 area, I think the shorts get a little nervous. But for now, we wait, let the market prove its hand. Oh, 80 pips locked on that second target? And the runner's still alive, reaching for that final push. Come on, let's go for the sweep. You know, I'm just sitting here watching this price action and, oh wait, look at that. Right at the 41.9, we just tapped into the Asian range and bounced. That's the second time we've seen that level hold in the last 20 minutes. The EA's got a runner open from 41.2 that's still breathing. And those 25 wins out of 38 today tell you this robot picks its spots well. Honestly though, I could be wrong here. If we lose the 40.94 London low, that's a whole different conversation. But right now, buyers are stepping in with the dollar sitting flat, and that's exactly why the EA hasn't been forced to close anything yet. Oh, and while I'm watching this setup develop, this exact robot, the Julia Scalper EA, you see running right now on XAUUSD Julia.com, that's what just locked another 80 pip take profit earlier. What do you guys think? Do we push through the 41.15 or get rejected again? Let me know where you're watching from. You know, I've been staring at the commitment of traders data again, and the big money is still loaded up long, 194,000 net contracts, 6-TO-1 ratio. That's not a position you just flip in a week. So when I see price sitting here at 41.7, consolidating after sweeping the Asian low, that tells me there's a reason the sellers couldn't push it through. We're below the day open, below the Asian range, but London stepped in at 40.94 and held. That's smart money defending the zone. The open buy from 41.2 is running with 556 pips. EA moved to break even, so we're risk-free now. Let's see if we can reclaim the 41.23 open. That's the first test for the bulls today. Walapo, great to have you back. You know I remember you from before. You love your EMA combos and you're always sharp about calling out the market. I respect that. So look, to answer your question, there's a buy trade open right now at 41.2, running 634 pips in profit. I never recommend chasing a trade that's already this deep. That's how you get trapped by the news hits or a sudden shakeout. Better to wait for a fresh signal, not jump a moving train. What do you see on your charts that's making you want in right now? Alright, European session is in full swing, and gold is giving us a bit of a mixed bag today. We started off strong, picked up a nice little run on those early sellers, locked in a few targets, but since London opened, it's been consolidating right around the 41.8 level. That 4,100 handle has been acting like a magnet, and we're actually sitting on an open buy from 41.215 that's running 593 pips in profit right now. Looking at the indicators, the daily RSI is at 43.7, which is pretty neutral, but the ADX is showing a strong trend at 37.1 on the daily, so the big picture bias is still bearish, but we're waiting for a catalyst to break this chop. The MACD is still negative, but curling above the signal line, so momentum is trying to shift, but it's not convincing yet. If we hold the 40.94 area, that's London's low, I could see us testing the day open at 41.23 again. But if we lose that low, watch out for a sweep down to the Prev day's low at 40.55. Oh, and one thing I love about this stream, this is completely unedited, live, real time. Every win and every loss is right here on the screen, nothing cherry-picked. That's why I stream 24/7, so you can see it for yourself. You can check out more at XAUUSDjulia.com if you're curious. What do you guys think? Do we hold this level and push higher, or is this consolidation just setting up for another leg down? Let me know where you're watching from. Haramanoamai, thank you so much. I'm thrilled to have you watching from Nairobi, Kenya. It's amazing to see how gold connects traders from all over the world. Right now, London is driving the action, and we've got a nice buy trade running that's already up over 500 pips. What part of the analysis are you enjoying most? Guys, I gotta say, the EA's been on fire this morning. 25 wins out of 38 trades, and we're sitting at almost 26 grand in profit. Not bad for a Friday, right? And look, I'm honest with you, those 13 losses were mostly in that choppy London Open where the 15 and 4-hour charts couldn't agree. But overall, this is the kind of day that reminds me why I trust the system. Now, price is consolidating right here at 41.8, and that open buy from 41.2 is looking nice with over 600 pips running. We just slipped below the Asian low, so the bears are sniffing around, but the dollar's weak and the VIX is calm. Honestly, this could go either way, that's why we let the EA manage the runner. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze back up to reclaim the Asian range, or is this a trap for the bulls? Let me know, I'm glued to this screen. Oh, new sell just fired at 4105.979. Kind of a tight range we're sitting in right now, so let's see if the EA can squeeze some pips out of this one. No, I've been watching the Bollinger Bands all morning, and they're just telling a story of compression right now. Price is sitting right in the mid-range. That 39.44 to 43.17 band is wide, over 370 bucks. So we're not exactly in a squeeze, but the volatility is only at 1%. That's pretty quiet for gold. It's a tight range, my friends, and the ADX is only at 19.3 on the daily, so we're chopping sideways. The bigger picture, though, the month is down over 3%, 3 months are down nearly 14%. That's a serious trend we're respecting. And with the dollar weakening slightly and yields stable, gold has some support, but the fear index is calm, at 15.9, so nobody's panicking yet. I'm just sitting here watching our sell from 41.6, 26 drift a bit negative, but honestly, look at the daily pivot at 41.65. That's the ceiling we bounced from. We're below the Asian low and the day open, so bears have the intraday control. But who knows? Could go either way. If we reclaim the 41.15 area, maybe the bulls wake up. Let's see what happens when London really gets going. Hey, Abraham. Oh, it's so good to see you again, my friend. You're asking about today's performance. Well, right now we are $27,000 in profit for the day, with 26 wins out of 39 trades so far. The EA has been picking these clean entries left and right, especially those take profit 3 runners earlier that really stacked the pips. And we've got an active sell running on this London session, so I'm watching it closely with you. Hey FX Harry, I appreciate you jumping in the chat. Please keep in mind this stream is all about the automated system doing the work live on your screen. If you or anyone is curious about how the EA trades, you're seeing every entry and exit right here in real time, so no need for any outside signals. Thanks for watching. Well, you're back! Good to see you again, my friend. And you know what? I love that you're thinking about learning manual trading while watching the stream. The EA is running the show here, but watching how it reads the market, where it picks entries and exits, that's a great way to train your own eye. Today's a choppy session, so it's a perfect classroom for seeing how the EA navigates this kind of noise. Okay, let's talk about where we're at on this Friday, 41.7 on gold. You know, looking at the COT data from our feed, the specs are still massively net long, over 6 longs for every short, and yet we've dropped what, 3.5% this month? That divergence always gets my attention. The retail crowd is still clinging to the bull case from January that the price action tells me the smart money is using this range to distribute. We swept the Asian low and are now trading below the day's open. That's not a crowd-friendly move. I see the sentiment is creeping into neutral territory, but it was deeply fearful just a week ago. That snapback makes me wary of a fake out. We're sitting in a tight band between London low and the 4,100 handle, and the EA has a sell running that's breathing a little heavy right now. Honestly, I think we need a clear catalyst or a liquidity grab above the 41.15 handle to make a real decision. What do you guys think? Are we coiling for a squeeze down to the 40.50 level? Or is this the base for a weekly bounce? Alright guys, good Friday morning. We're sitting at 41.5 on gold, and honestly, the fear index is just hovering in neutral at 47, not panicked, not greedy, just flat. And the market is reflecting that perfectly. ADX is barely breathing at 11. Choppiness index at 57. We're in a range, no doubt about it. Now what's interesting, to me, is that every single time frame here screams sell. The 1H, 4H, daily RSI, all pointing down, MACD, the low signal. But we can't break and hold. We swept the Asian low at 41.9 this morning, and we've been trading right under it all London. That tells me someone's buying dips. Probably the big commercial guys, building into that long positioning we saw in the COT data. I mean, we have a sell running at 41.6, 101 pips in profit. The EA already locked in those first two take profits earlier, so our stops at break even, risk-free now. Honestly, I want to see if we can get back above that Asian low before I get super bearish again. If we reclaim 41.15, things get interesting. If not, the 40.94 London low is the next trap to watch. And hey, risk first. That's why the EA moves every trade to break even after take profit one. No guesswork, no emotions. Check out XAUUSDjulia.com if you want to see how that logic works live. What do you guys think? Do we grind lower into the close? Or are the buyers about to wake up for a Friday squeeze? Let me know where you're watching from. First target's in at plus 42. And just like that, we're sitting at break even. That's what I like to see. Trades protected. Now we wait for the next move. Okay, stop. Just glided up to break even. Feels good, doesn't it? We're protected now. Let's see where this goes. Oh, second target just landed at plus 63. Not bad at all, and the runner's still floating out there reaching for that final one. Come on, keep going. Max, I love the curiosity. You're watching the Julia Scalper live trading stream. I'm the voice and host of this system. The trades you see are 100% real, opened on a live gold account right now, fully automated by the EA, no robot reading scripts, just real data and real analysis. So glad you're here to see it firsthand. Here we are, gold sitting at 40.98, just hovering under that 4,100 psychological level. Honestly, this is the level everyone's watching, right? If we can't break back above 41.9, the Asian low, that's a problem for the bulls. We've got that daily RSI at 43.1, which is weak, but not oversold yet, and the dollar is flat, yields are flat, so gold is just stuck, consolidating. The ADX is telling us the trend is weak, 14.9, so I'm not expecting a big breakout here until London gets its act together. Our open sell from 41.6 is already 738 pips in profit. I mean, that's clean. The EA just locked in another TP a few minutes ago and moved the runner to break even. That's exactly what this robot does. It doesn't force trades, it waits for the levels, and it protects capital. That's the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD, julia.com, and honestly, watching it run like this just reminds me how good patience feels. What do you guys think? Do we sweep that 40.94 London, low or base here, and squeeze back to the Asian range? Whoa, third target just sealed it, plus 99 pips. A full sweep from start to finish. That's the kind of trade you just sit back and smile at. Alright, let's talk about today versus yesterday. Yesterday was all chop and drift. We were stuck under that 41.20 level, sellers just grinding it lower. Today, totally different vibe. We already swept the Asian low, broke below it, and now we're trading at 41.6. That's significant because we're below that level, but we haven't followed through. Look at the volume. London came in, and price is just hugging the 41.5 41.10 zone. That could go either way, honestly. I mean, the EA nailed 3 sells earlier, and then switched to buys. That's the discipline right there. Not forcing it, just riding the flow. And right now, no open trades. We're sitting on our hands, and that's a position too. We've had 43 trades today, 30 of them winners. The EA is doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Grind, protect capital, wait for clear setups. The market feels like it's coiling though. Dollar is flat, yields are stable, fear is low, but gold isn't breaking down on the daily yet. That RSI at 43 is oversold-ish, but not screaming for a bounce, so we just wait. Oh, and that last sell? The EA just took a profit on it, right on the wick at 41.6. Clean. That's exactly the kind of trade the Julia Scalper EA catches. If you're watching this live and wondering how consistent that looks, head over to XAUUSDjulia.com. This is what you're seeing trade right now. Let me know where you're watching from in chat. Is this your usual session, or are you just having a coffee break like me? Okay, fresh buy just triggered at 41.07. Stops tight under that low level, and the targets are stacked waiting. Choppy zone right now. Smart mode's got its eye on this one. Alright guys, let me just show you what's happening here. We're sitting at 41.3, and the thing that's really interesting to me right now isn't the price action itself, it's what the smart money is doing. Look, the commitment of traders report has speculators net long by a factor of over 6 to 1, but all the fear indexes are just neutral. The retail crowd is still piling in long from last month's highs, and we're a full 14% off the 3-month peak. That's a liquidity grab waiting to happen if you ask me. You see that open buy we have at 41.7? It's underwater right now, and that's fine. If the big institutions wanted to run it lower, they would have done it. Instead, we're holding above the Asian low, which by the way has already been swept. That tells me the distribution phase might be starting. They let the retail crowd get complacent at the highs, and now they're accumulating at these discounted levels while no one wants to buy. We just hit a clean take profit on a sell, and this is exactly the kind of market this EA thrives in, reading the manipulation instead of fighting it. If you want to see how we trade the flow, not the noise, you can grab the exact same strategy over at XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you think? Does this feel like the bottom of the move, or are we going to get one more shakeout before the buyers step back in? I'm watching the hourly RSI, just sitting at 45, not stretched, no urgency. Let the market decide. MASTER7JI. Great to see you here again, my favorite bull watcher. You have been warning everyone about selling all week, and I respect that. Right now, the EA just opened a fresh buy trade, and we are sitting in a choppy ranging market. The ADX is low at 12, which means there is no strong direction, and selling into that would just get you whipped around. Let's see if this buy can get some traction first. Alright, new sell just triggered at 41.246. Stop is at 41.738. First target 40.97.54, and we're reaching for the runner at 40.89.35. Choppy market right now, so smart mode's watching close. Let's see if it holds. Alright, start with the dollar and bonds, okay? Dollar index is sitting basically flat at 100.86, and the 10-year yield is stable too, 4.54%, essentially unchanged. That's key. When the dollar is quiet like this and yields aren't screaming, gold can just breathe and find its own flow. A steady dollar doesn't pressure it, so the moves we're seeing are all about gold's own internal story right now. Now look at the charts. We've been in this range all week, and honestly, it's a bit of a choppy mess. The ADX is low, price is just drifting between these session levels. You've seen it, Asian low got swept, we reclaimed it, then London came in and pushed it down again. Right now we have an open sell that just triggered at 41.268 and it's already running 19 pips. Not bad. The EA is staying sharp, but here's what catches my eye. The daily RSI is 43.4, which isn't oversold, but there's room to fall if we break lower. The hard part is, we're smack in the middle of the Bollinger Bands, 39.44 to 43.17, and price at 41.3. There's no clear magnet, we could go either way, and that's honestly why you wait. The EA waited for that clean entry, and guess what? You just saw the robot hit a take profit live on stream. That exact setup, that clean execution, is what the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com does every single day. You're watching it trade right now. So what do you guys think? Do we keep grinding lower into the Friday close, or do we see a fake out bounce before New York? Let me know where you're watching from. Hey Blub. Oh, I like that thinking. You're watching the same thing I am. That wick down to 40.99 earlier looked like a textbook liquidity grab, doesn't it? We're back above 41.3 now, and if this sell really was a trap, we could see shorts scrambling to cover pretty soon. I'm not calling a direction yet, but the way price rejected that low and popped back up definitely smells like a fake out to me. Let's see how this candle closes on the 5-minute. That'll tell us everything. Oof, stop just hit at minus 60. That's the plan though, small, controlled, and we move on. And there's the stop, minus 60. Just part of the plan, small hit, quick exit, clean slate. On to the next one. Fresh buy just went live at 41.1636. Stop at 41.08. Target stacked all the way up to 36.78. Choppy as heck right now, but smart mode's got its eyes peeled. Stop hit at minus 54. Just a small controlled loss, exactly how we planned it. Clean exit, no drama, on to the next one. And there goes the stop, minus 51, small loss, clean exit, exactly what we signed up for. On to the next one. Alright my friends, let's be real. Today has been a wild ride for the EA. We took some little hits around noon, a couple of stops got tagged, but look at the bigger picture. We're up nearly 20 grand, with 30 winners out of 52 trades. That's discipline paying off at a market that's basically stuck. Gold is just chopping around 41.9, Asian low, got swept earlier, and we popped right back into this tight range. ADX is barely breathing at 11, which tells me the EA has to earn every pip. No open trades right now, and honestly, I'm okay sitting on my hands. The dollar is soft, yields are easing, but gold still can't break higher. If we reclaim above 41.24, the day open, I think the shorts get nervous. But if we lose 40.94, the London low, that could open a trapdoor. Let's see what happens in the next couple hours. What do you guys think? Do we break it or fake it? Blub B, you were so right. You called that sell trap earlier, and gold came right back down. Respect? That's some sharp eyes on the market. The EA is loving the chop right now, just stacking pips. Blub, my friend, you really went for it on that long? I can feel the conviction. Gold has been choppy as anything today, with that chop index above 46, so hanging in there through that sideways action takes guts. Right now the EA is scanning for the next entry, since we're not in a trade, so fingers crossed for you. Quajantwi? Great timing with that question. So what we just saw there was a quick pop in volatility. Could be some headline noise around that US-Iran situation the IEA mentioned. But honestly, gold is in a choppy range right now, and these little spikes happen. The EA handled it exactly right, took a clean small loss and moved on. No trade open at the moment, just scanning for the next clean setup. A quasi-ontwi. That is a great catch. It is exactly the type of headline that can inject some volatility into gold. See, the market is pricing in that risk premium, so any whiff of de-escalation like this could take that edge off. We are watching the 41.10 level on gold right now, and if it breaks lower, that news could be the catalyst. It is a great example of why we need a system that can filter out the noise and stick to the levels, just like you see happening here. Okay, the Fed is pretty much locked in on holding rates steady, which you'd think would be a drag for gold, but yields are actually slipping a bit this morning and the dollar's flat. That's keeping a floor under things for now, I think. Looking at the chart, we're stuck in a real choppy range. ADX is telling us there's no trend to speak of, and we're still trading below the Asian low, which is bearish. We've been bouncing inside this London range all morning, and truth is, it could go either way honestly. That's why the EA has been scalping these little moves. We've already banked a few nice wins on those sell-offs from the 41.15 area, but after we got stopped on a couple of buys, the robot stepped back, right? Sitting on our hands, waiting for the next clear setup, and yeah, traders in over 40 countries are running the same EA on their accounts, and you can see how it handles this kind of market. Check the details at XAUUUSD.com. New sell just activated at 41.0195. Stop sits 9 points up, and our first target is just a few off, with the final runner deep at 41.81. Markets all over the place right now. Smart mode's on it, but we stay ready for anything. Alright my friends, let's talk about the EA today. We had a bit of a rough patch around noon, took 2 small stops in a row, 60 and 54 pips on the shorts. That stung a little, I won't lie. But we didn't let it rattle us. The system bounced back quick with a new buy, and now we're sitting on this fresh sell from 41.73, running about 400 pips. That's the beauty of letting the robot do its thing. You look at the charts right now, gold is heavy. We're consolidating at 40.98, below the Asian low, below the day open. The ADX is still low, but the momentum is telling me bears have the upper hand here. Dollar is flat, yields are stable, no major drama, but the price action itself is screaming that we don't want to be long. That wick this morning at 41.9, that was a clean trap, and we took it. Honestly, I could be wrong here. We're still in the middle of the range. But if we hold below 40.94, the London low, I think we're looking at a run toward the day's pivot S1 at 37.84. That's a long way, but in gold you never know. Let's see how this candle closes. What do you guys think? Do we break lower, or get a fake out before New York? IPHONE6SALIK. Welcome back, my friend. Wonderful to see you again. Right now, gold is sitting around 4,100, and we have an open sell trade running from 41.2. It's currently up over 230 pips, sitting on a solid profit. The market is feeling a bit choppy at the moment, but the EA is managing the trade beautifully. How are you holding up, my friend? Hey, Trad Masters! Great to see you in the stream. We're in the middle of a live sell trade right now on gold. The EA entered around 41.2, and it's already up 274 pips. Looking really nice. Glad you're here to watch it play out. Alright, let's talk about what the big money is doing, because the COT data just confirmed it. Speculators are loaded up long, 194,000 contracts net. With a 6.45 times long to short ratio, that's a massive vote of confidence from the institutional crowd, and you know they don't pile in unless they see something on the horizon. Now look where we are. Price is sitting at 40.99.50, and we've already smashed through the Asian low at 41.9. That's a classic liquidity grab, right? We swept those trapped buyers out, and now the sellers are in control. My open sell from 41.2 is 306 pips deep and running, and the EA just locked it at break-even on one leg, so it's risk-free from here. The RSI on the daily is sitting at 43.2, which is neutral, but leaning bearish. We're not oversold yet, so there's room to run. The ADX on the 1H is 37.1, so we've got a strong trend building. As long as we hold the low of the day open at 41.23, I'm leaning against any bounce. Honestly, this is one of those setups where the patience pays off. Could it reverse? Always, who knows. But for now, the shorts are the play, and the big boys are on my side. What do you guys think? Do we see a clean break to the 40.55 low, or are we getting a squeeze first? Hey Sasan Kumar, great question. You're right, it's been a bit quiet this session. We've got the ADX reading just 15, which tells us there's no real directional strength right now, and the CHOP index is around 50, so gold is basically ranging. That said, I'm watching the London session. Usually the volume picks up around this time, and if we break above the pivot area near 41 to 65, we could see a real push, so I'm definitely on alert. Okay, let's just watch this price action right now. We're sitting in the middle of the Bollinger Bands. Volatility has completely collapsed at 1%, and the ATR is down to 101 pips. You can feel the chop. We're trading below the Asian low. Price is just hovering around the 4,100 level, and to be honest, the daily sell-off is still intact, but I don't see a clear trigger for the next push lower. The EA just added a sell at 41,270, stop 9 points up, and that's the right play. We're respecting the mid-range resistance. For anyone who just joined this live stream, everything you see running on the screen is the Julia Scalper EA. It's a fully automated system executing trades on a real account with zero human interference. You can check it out at XAUUSD, As long as the dollar stays flat and yields hold steady, I think we just drift sideways into the close. We're not forcing anything. Let the market come to us. Hey there, so glad you're here. We've got a sell trade running right now on gold from 41.2, and it's already up 24 pips, doing great. Price action is a bit choppy with the ADX reading low, but the EA is handling it beautifully. What do you think of this move so far? Hey FX, that's awesome. You're already in a sell, and we're both right in the same direction with this open trade. Price is hovering right around 41.2, and the daily trend is firmly bearish. The EA took its sell right here, so we're watching this together. Let's see if we can ride this down through the first take profit at 40.94. Great timing on your end. Hey Darwin, I'm doing great, thank you so much for asking. So glad you're here with us. Right now gold is sitting just above 41-OH-5, and we'd actually got a sell trade running from 41.027. It's been a pretty active afternoon, lots of action to watch together. Hey Justice, great question, and you're right, it does feel unpredictable right now, though let me tell you what I'm seeing. We're sitting in a ranging market with the choppiness index at 51.7 and ADX only 11.5, which means there's no strong directional conviction. Gold is hovering right around the middle Bollinger Band, near 4,100, so we're in no man's land really. That said, the EA is handling it beautifully. We're in a sell trade right now at 41.2, with stops and targets set, so the system is doing exactly what it's designed to do and chop. My honest take? Let's watch how this candle closes before calling direction either way. I love that you're paying attention to the nuance. Tips Tendance et Style. Great to have you here watching gold with us. We are live, completely transparent, every trade, every result, right there on screen for you. So just sit back, watch the system do its thing, and let me know if you have any questions about gold or the EA. Hey Navan Masava, great question. So, You're asking about the trade quantity right now on the live stream. The EA has a sell trade open with 8 lots. That's for our live account, but when you install the EA on your own account, you can set the starting lot size to whatever you're comfortable with. It defaults to 0.01, and you can adjust it up or down in the settings. Completely flexible for your risk. Justice, great question. London session is technically winding down right now, but we're still in that beautiful overlap window with New York. That overlap is usually when the volume picks up, and we get those nice clean moves. Look at gold right now. We just entered a sell trade at 41.2, and it's already running 66 pips in profit. The London influence is still very much alive in this price action. Justice, great to see you again, my friend. Okay, so for the New York session, I'm watching this very closely. Right now we're in this ranging market, which is always tricky, but what's interesting is that the big money is still heavily long gold from the COT data. The dollar is flat, yield stable, and the fear and greed index is neutral at 47, so my honest read is gold could go either way. I'm not going to predict perfection. Let's see how this sell trade we have running handles the open. If we get a clean breakout from this range with volume, we could see a directional move. So glad you're here for it. Oh, first target just nailed at plus 86, and now we're riding free at break even. That's a locked-in win, folks. See what the runner does next. Okay, break even's locked in. Trades risk-free from here. Whatever happens, we walk away with 0 damage. Nice. Oh, take profit too, just hit. Plus 138 in the bag. But hey there, Abhishek Nirmal. Welcome to the stream. So glad you made it. Tips tendence at style. Haha, I love the energy. I'm glad you're finding it fun in here because gold is putting on a show today. We've got a sell trade running, it's holding solid, and we just scooped up a beautiful take profit too earlier. You watching that price action with us? Robert Phillips. Oh, that's exactly what I was watching too. Gold is showing some early energy this morning. We're sitting at 40.89 after that nice sell-off earlier, and now we're just kind of consolidating. I love this part of the session because London and New York are both active, so we could see some real movement soon. Our open sell at 41.2 is running nicely with profit already locked in, and the EA is just patiently waiting for the next signal. What do you think, Robert? Are you feeling the bears for today? Or are you watching for a bounce? Robert Phillips. Oh, I know exactly what you mean. It is textbook trappy action right now. Gold is just chopping sideways in that consolidation zone we've been watching, and you can feel the market trying to shake people out before it picks a direction. Right now the EA is sitting with an open sell from 41.2, and it's already showing a nice profit, so we're just letting the system do its thing while these fake outs happen. The key is not getting emotionally caught in these traps. Let the neural engine handle the noise. Robert Phillips, you might be right on that. We are sitting inside that runner, and the market is giving us a nice drift lower. Take profit 3 is the one that really pays the bills, so I love seeing this kind of patience. Let's see if gold wants to keep sliding into the close. Hey Abhishek Nirmal, great to see you in the stream. So the trade logic right now is all about the sell-off we're seeing on gold. The EA is reading the market as ranging with a weak trend, so it's being selective. We just had a beautiful sell entry at 41.2, and we're already sitting on a nice profit with take profit 1 and take profit 2 already hit. The EA uses smart mode to detect whether the market is trending or choppy, and right now it's in a ranging condition, so it's being a bit more cautious. But the sell bias is clear from the technicals. The daily and hourly are both screaming sell. Hey, Rajal Gupta, so glad you're here. Oh, we've got a beautiful trade running right now, a sell from around 41-OH-2, and we're already up over 300 pips in profit with the runner still open. The London-New York overlap is delivering some serious volume today. You're watching at just the right time. Hey Tipstenden Set Style, great to have you back, always love seeing you in the stream. That's an excellent question. Right now we do have an active sell trade open on gold, entered at 41.268. It's running well with over $1,200 in profit, and we're already past the first target. So yes, we're selling right now. Let's see how this plays out. Hey Rajal Gupta, hello and welcome to the stream. So glad you're joining us today. Gold is really putting on a show right now. We just had a beautiful sell-off, and the EA has been grabbing pips all day. How's your trading going? Okay, let me talk about what's actually driving this. The dollar is basically flat right now, DXY hanging around 100.89, and yields are stable too at 4.55%. Now normally when that happens, gold doesn't really have a catalyst to break out in either direction, and sure enough, we're stuck in this choppy range. But here's the thing I'm watching. Gold is trading below the Asian low, below the day open at 41.23, and the 1H RSI is cooking down to 41.8. Sell-side pressure is real. The weekly trend is still bearish across all time frames, so I don't want to step in front of that train just because we bounced a little. That said, look at the Bollinger Bands. We're basically mid-range between 39.43 and 43.17, so there's room either way, but momentum isn't screaming buy the dip yet. I'll sit here and let the EA wait for a clean setup rather than chase. Let's see if we get a retest of that 40.86 NYA low. Hey Guy and Sampath, so glad you're here with us. We're right in the middle of the London-New York overlap, so the volume is amazing. Gold is sitting just off 4,100 right now. The EA is scanning patiently for the next move. How's your trading day going? Hey Trader Abadi, welcome to the stream. So glad you're here. We've got a live buy trade open right now. Gold is at 41.1. The EA entered at 41.2, and we're just a few pips from take profit 1. It's a bit choppy, but the session is active with London and New York overlapping, so keep your eyes on it. How's your trading going today? Saturelli, so glad you're here with us today. We've got a fresh buy trade running right now, entered at 41.213, and we're already up about 81 pips on it. Trade is moving nicely. How's your day going so far? Alright, okay. Friday morning, US session is just getting going, and gold is sitting right around 4,100 right now. We've had a busy day already. The EA has been grinding. We're up 25,000, which is nice, but the open buy we grabbed at 41.2 is getting a little heavy, down about 14 pips. Classic Friday chop. Honestly, ADX is barely 12. The market's just kind of breathing. So here's what I'm watching. We're trading below the Asian low, which is usually not great for bulls, and all the higher time frames are still screaming sell. The daily RSI is at 43, not oversold, but definitely in bear territory. But we've got this big pivot at 46.50, acting like a magnet, and the Bollinger Bands are pretty wide. We're in the middle of them, which means price could go either way. I don't have a strong conviction here, to be honest. We're just sitting on our hands, letting the levels tell us what to do, and that's exactly why we run the robot. It makes these tough decisions based on data, not emotion. If you're watching this live and wondering how to trade without chasing every candle, this is the EA you're seeing in action at XAUUSD Julia.com. Let's see if the session picks up any real volume here. Hey Hensi Official, great to see you in the stream. Yes, the entry is active right now. We have a buy trade open on gold at 41.213. It's currently running with a stop loss at 40.92, 41 and targets at 41.11, 36 and 41.17, 68. We're in a choppy market right now, so let's see how this one plays out. All right, you guys. Fed is basically locked in for a hold next meeting, 75% probability, and that's keeping the dollar flat, which should be a tailwind for gold. But look at the price action. We're stuck at 41.1, choppy as hell, ADX, under 10. Technically, the daily is still sell, but the hourly RSI is neutral, and we've swept Asian low already. I'm sitting on a buy from 41.2, that's down 101 pips right now, classic range trap. Honestly, this feels like the market is waiting for a catalyst. What do you think? Are we coiling for a breakout or just bleeding into the close? Alright, let me zoom out for a second. Gold is down 0.6% on the week, down 3.7% on the month, and we're sitting $1,500 off the all-time high. The big picture is still bearish, but the COT data shows the big boys are loaded up long at 6-TO-1, so someone's positioning for a bounce. The Fed is locked in for a hold next meeting, which keeps the dollar flat and yield stable. That's actually a decent environment for gold to find a floor. But today, we're in a range. ADX is dead at 7, and we just broke below the Asian low at 41.9. That's not great for the bulls. We've got a buy running from 41.2 that's underwater by 33 pips, and honestly, I'm watching to see if we can reclaim that 41.9 level before New York decides the direction. If you want to see how the EA handles this chop, it works on any MetaTrader 4 broker and installs in about 5 minutes with a video guide. Check it out at XAUUSD.julia.com. What do you guys think? Do we bounce or bleed into the close? Hey Blub, good to see you again, my friend. Great catch on the M15. You know what? Looking at the chart right now, I honestly think there's a head and shoulders forming, but with gold being this choppy, it's going to need a clean break of that neckline to confirm. Could easily just be a broader consolidation before a squeeze either way. Blub. Yes, you called that potential head and shoulders on the M15 earlier, and honestly, you weren't wrong to watch it. The pattern had the shape, but the breakout never confirmed. Gold just kind of got tracked and then reversed. Right now we're sitting on a buy that fired around 41.2, and it's already 136 pips in profit. So the structure shifted, that H&S idea got invalidated by the bounce. I love that you're watching the patterns though. It's exactly how you stay ahead of the chop. So what else are you seeing? See, this is why I love trading with a system. Price just reclaimed the 4,100 level after sweeping the Asian low, right? Classic liquidity grab. We took the buy at 41.2, and now we're sitting at 41.5 with over 300 pips in profit on this one. Beautiful. Now here's the tricky part. RSI on the daily is at 43, still below mid-range, but the 5-minute chart just flipped to buy, and the higher timeframes are still screaming sell. We're in a range. ADX is dead at 7.4, CHOP index at 53, so honestly, any move could be a fake out. I don't have a strong directional conviction here. The dollar is basically flat, yields aren't moving, and the fear index is calm at 15. No catalyst yet, but the IEA's warning about Iran hitting oil supply, that's simmering, could light a fire under gold if it escalates. What do you guys think? Do we hold this buy overnight, or is 4,100 getting tested again? Stop got tagged at -97 today. That's the defined risk we walked in with. Clean exit, no surprises. -96, stop got hit. Small, clean, planned loss. Exactly the kind we walk in with. On to the next one. Alright, fresh sell just opened at 41.8795. Stop sits 15 points up. First target at 41.72. Second at 62, with the runner all the way down at 41.47. Market's choppy as heck right now. Smart mode's watching, but we stay sharp. Great to see you again, my friend. Oh, you are absolutely right. Gold can feel totally manipulated sometimes, especially when you see those sharp fakeouts and liquidity sweeps. But you know what I love? Watching the EA just sit there, stick to the plan, and take the defined risk no matter how crazy the moves get. That sell we have open right now at 40.86, it's getting tested, but the structure is still holding. How are you reading this chop on your end? Hey Bloop, great to see you again, my friend. You're absolutely right that Head and Shoulders on the 15-minute looked so promising, and then Trump news just came in and completely rewrote the script. Market doesn't care about our patterns sometimes, right? We're holding a sell right now at 40.86, sitting through this little bounce. Let's see how price digests this headline. Could shake things around before we get the real move. Hey Mr. Hetala, you're absolutely right about that news-based candle. That spike we saw was definitely news-driven. I'm watching that 41.6 level very closely right now. A 15-minute close above there would absolutely shift the momentum to the upside and likely target the next resistance zone. But you know how gold is right now? We've got to see that candle close first before trusting it. What's your read on the volume there? Bam! Good to see you again, man. And yeah, I'm with you. We've got that sell running right now, and the pressure is definitely building. Price is hovering right around that entry zone, and with ADX still weak, and the CHOP index at 48, we're in that grinding zone where it either breaks or it doesn't. Let's see if this candle closes with conviction. That will tell us everything. Glad you're here watching it with me. Mr. Hetala, oh, you are absolutely right. I see it too. Look at the way this gold has been acting. It's been suppressed, chopping people up, making retail chase these small moves while the big players quietly fill their orders. Now we're testing down here at 4100, and the liquidity is just sitting underneath. The EA just took a loss a moment ago, but that trap is exactly where you see the signatures. Okay. Fresh buy, just went in at 41.0731. Stop set at 9.4, target stacked at 20.28, and the runner way up at 41.41. Market stuck in a tight range right now. Smart mode picked its spot. Let's see if it breaks clean or just grinds. I was about to ask you the same thing. IPHONE 6SALIK. Good to have you back in the room. That last sell we just hit, take profit 2 for 138 pips, the moment the stop loss hit. That's why the current open trade is a fresh buy that just fired off a moment ago at 41.7. What a swing, no, right? That one paid the bills. Oh, okay. So I just got that buy stuck at 41.7 from like 7 minutes ago. We're bleeding 27 pips, minus 2 grand. Ah, but you know what's wild? Compared to yesterday when we were basically in a straight line up then down, today's got this super clean, low volatility chop going on. ADX is saying 11, choppiness is under 50. The dollar's basically flat. Yields aren't budging, so gold's just stuck in this little 4100-TO-FORTY-ONE 15 playground. Asian low got swept, and we bounced, didn't even pretend to regain the day open. My gut says the next real move comes when London really closes. Right now it's just noise. What do you guys think? Is this range gonna hold for the rest of NY, or do we see a dip to 40.77? My old friend, good to see you again. I always love getting your chart takes. Listen, I see you eyeing that potential head and shoulders on the M15, and honestly, I respect the pattern recognition. But right now we've got this buy stuck at 41.7 that's burning a little, so I'm not jumping to conclusions yet. What I'm really watching is whether the price can hold above that 40.94 stop level. If we break that, then sure, your sell thesis might have some legs. But if we bounce from here, it could be a fake out trap for the sellers. Right now the chop index is up at 48.7, so the market is being messy, not directional. Keep your eyes on how this candle closes. Mr. Lion, I am so sorry to hear that you are feeling ignored. That is absolutely not the experience we want you to have. Technical support should be fast and reliable, so let me help you get this sorted right now. Please message me directly in Telegram at XAUUSD Julia. I will personally make sure someone takes a look at your issue immediately. What is the problem you are facing? Tell me here or in Telegram, and I will do everything I can to get it resolved today. Alright, fresh sell just went live at 41.95.24. Stop is at 41.06.39. First target 41.84.14. Second at 41.76.74. And the runner way down at 41.65.65. Market's really choppy right now. Smart mode's keeping a close eye, but we're in the thick of it. Pasky Ballo, you are not wrong at all. Gold is playing hard to get today, bouncing around in this choppy range. We have a sell running right now at 41.95, and it is giving us a bit of a headache at minus $1,300. It is a real fight out there. We just need one clean move and we will be right back in control. Great to have you watching the action with me. Alright, let's look at this. Gold is sitting at 40.96.70. We're well into the US session on a Friday, and honestly, the market is in a range. ADX is barely 10, CHOP index is 48. We are sideways. Our open sell at 40.95 is breathing, but we're negative 173 pips on it, and I'm not gonna lie, that's a little uncomfortable. The Asian low got swept earlier, we reclaimed the day open, and then nothing. We're just ping-ponging between 40.77 and 41.15 in New York. I don't see a clear level in between, just that zone. Could go either way here, that's why the stop is there. And hey, you're seeing every single one of these trades live wins and losses, nothing cherry-picked. That's the whole point of the stream at XAUUSD, Julia.com. What do you guys think? Do we break the NY low or fake it out? Visual. Looking at it right now, yeah, you're absolutely right. The whole space is getting ripped around. But watching specifically what gold is doing here, it's the reaction that matters most to us. We just got a nice sell signal off that Reuters headlined about the Iran escalation and the IEA oil surplus story. Those macro headlines shake everything at once. Dollars flat, yields holding, but gold is getting sold into the strength. That tells me this isn't random noise visual. There's conviction behind this move. Let's see how this candle holds. Askibalo? Yes, you nailed it, my friend. That was a textbook rejection from the bearish FVG on the hourly. I was watching that zone myself. Then the news hits, and it's like gold woke up and decided to punish the buyers who got trapped in that gap. That's exactly the kind of setup the EA loves to catch. The smart mode reads that structure and says, okay, sellers are in control above that zone. Let's follow the path of least resistance. And the overlap between London and New York right now is giving it real legs. Gold testing that 40.95 handle again. This could get interesting. Love seeing you in here reading the charts clean like that. What's your read on that 40.84 take profit one level we've got marked? Hey Mr. Hitella, good to see you again. Yes, we actually do have a sell trade open right now. The EA entered a sell at 40.95 and we're currently waiting on it. I'm watching this level closely, with the ADX showing a weak trend in gold sitting right in this chop zone. Honestly, it could go either way. Let's see how this candle closes, and if we can grab some targets from here. Pasky Ballo. You are speaking my language. Gold always keeps you guessing, doesn't it? I love that you're watching that 4088 level. And honestly, with how price is behaving right now, a rally back toward premium is absolutely on the table. We've got that sell running at 40.95, but gold is just flirting with the highs, testing that 41.6 stop. If it breaks through cleanly, we could absolutely see it push up toward that 40.88 or even retest the range. Let's see how this candle closes. This is the fun part. Bob, tell me about it. It's an absolute grind right now, and you've been watching it with me. We just lost a few shorts in that chop, around 4,100, and we're back in another sell now at 40.95 with a tight stop above. This is exactly the kind of day where the EA's smart mode filters are crucial. Are you seeing the same unpredictable moves on your chart? Hey tips tendons at Style, glad to see you back in the stream. So you're thinking of waiting until Monday to make a move. I totally get that. Friday afternoons can get a bit wild with position squaring and thin liquidity. But just so you know, the EA is still firing trades live right now. We've got a sell open at 40.95 that's hanging in there, and a few scalps earlier today landed nicely. If you're watching and waiting, make sure you're seeing how the EA handles these sessions live, because Monday could bring a big gap with all the weekend headlines. Either way, I love having you here. Mr. Hetilla, great to have you back, my friend. You're asking about the headlines. Looks like we've got Iran escalation chatter in the mix from Reuters, which is keeping geopolitics hot, plus the IEA warning it could threaten that 2027 oil surplus. That's the kind of uncertainty that keeps gold volatile. On the calendar front, it's a packed week ahead with earnings and CPI, so the market's pricing in some tension. That's likely what's fueling these sharp moves we saw earlier today. What's your read on the 41.5 level hold-in? Mr. Hedela, great to have you back, my friend. I see you're staying disciplined with your view, and honestly, I respect that. That last 15-minute candle failing to hold above the key level definitely reinforces the selling pressure we're seeing. We're sitting at 40.99, and the EA just opened a fresh sell at 40.95, so the bias is aligning with your patience. Let's see if this next candle can confirm the breakdown, or if we get another trap for the sellers. I'm watching right there with you. Okay, I just sat back down and checked the screen, and wow, gold is getting wrecked right now. We literally ping-ponged off the Asian low at 41.9, dropped straight through the day open at 41.23, and now we're testing 40.99 again. That level is everything right now. If it breaks, I think we slide into that NY low zone around 40.77. The RSI on the daily is still heading down, MACD is bearish, and the ADX is showing strong trend on the 4-hour, so the sellers are in control, but, we're still range-bound on the bigger picture. Choppiness index is 47, so it's not a clean trend. My open sell from 40.95 is bleeding a bit, sitting negative 412 pips. Not ideal, but I trust the EA on this one. The dollar is flat, yields are stable, no catalyst yet. Let's see if we get a flush into the close. What do you guys think? Do we sweep that 40.77 low, or does the 41.9 act as resistance on a retest? Alright, New buy just went in at 4102.56. Stops 9 points below at 93.81. First target 11.30, second at 17.14, and the runner out at 25.89. Market's clearly just chopping around. Smart mode is watching, but for now we just ride. You know, it's funny. Yesterday we were sitting pretty on that sell side momentum. Gold looked like it wanted to tank. Today? Totally different vibe. We opened up below the Asian range, swept that low, and now we've snapped right back above 4,100. Classic liquidity grab. The dollar is weak again, yields are steady, and it feels like the big boys are just buying every dip, right? So where does that leave us? Well, the EA is sitting on a buy from 41.2, 41, and it's already 425 pips in profit, and yeah, the robot locked the stop to break even after the first TP, so that trade is risk-free now. We're still in heavy chop though. ADX is at 8.4, which is dead flat, so I'm not calling a breakout yet. What do you guys think? Do we finally reclaim 41.20, or just roll over into the close? By the way, if you're curious how the EA handles these decisions live, there's more detail on XAUUSD Anyway, I'm watching the 41.15 zone here. If we lose it, we're probably going back to test 40.94. Let's see how this candle closes. Furkan Ajeti, great to have you in the stream. Right now, we are in an active buy trade on gold, entered at 41.241, currently up about 48 pips, so it's running nicely. The shorter time frames are giving us a buy signal, but the daily and weekly are still bearish overall, so it is a choppy market. That means we are taking what the EA gives us, but nothing is guaranteed here. I am watching how this candle closes to see if we get that take profit one hit. Okay, there's something really weird happening, guys. I've been staring at this DXY reading all afternoon. Dollar is down, which is textbook bullish for gold, but we're just sitting here under the Asian low. We actually took out that level and snapped back. Classic liquidity grab. But the RSI on the daily is still cooking at 43, which means we're not oversold yet. There's still room to fall. I've got this buy running from the 41.2 level, and honestly, I'm not sure if I love it or hate it right now. What do you guys think? Does this dollar weakness finally push us back above the day open, or are we just waiting for a bigger drop on Friday? Coconut Jetty, look, we are in a live buy right now at 41.241 and take profit 1 is set at 41.1130. That is only about 85 pips away. Gold just bounced beautifully off support and the dollar is weakening. The London and New York overlap is bringing serious volume. It could easily hit that target, but you know how this market is, nothing is guaranteed. Let's watch this candle close and see if the momentum keeps pushing. Extendence at still. Hey, so good to see you back in the chat. You're saying you think the same about waiting for Monday? I hear you. Friday afternoons can get weird with positioning and the weekend gap risk. But honestly, with gold sitting right at 41.3 and that buy still running with $12.22 in profit, Monday might bring a whole new setup if we don't get shaken out first. Let's see how this candle closes. Hey Furkan, great to hear from you again, my friend. Julia is a live trading system built by a team of expert traders. Every single trade you see on the screen is 100% real on a live account, fully automated by our EA. Justine Manzano, my guy, good to see you again. And no, I didn't miss fat buy at 40.97. Look at the screen. We actually caught a buy entry at 41.2, and it's already running nicely, about 247 pips in profit right now. The EA spotted that the chop was starting to calm down and the dollar was weakening, so it pulled the trigger just a few ticks above your level. Not bad, right? Alright guys, we are in a classic Friday afternoon grind. Gold is at 41.6, sitting below the Asian low and the day open, which tells me the bears still have the wheel for now. But look at this price action. We're stuck in this tight range between the London low and the NY session high, and with an ADX, that low, the market's just coiling. My buy from 41.2 is up about 40-something pips, and I'm watching to see if we can reclaim that 41.15 area. If we can, you could see some shorts get squeezed out that piled in during the morning flush. That fake out earlier through the session lows, right? That probably trapped a bunch of late sellers, and now we're sitting healthy above it. So things are quiet, but those trapped traders are probably sweating. If we hold this support and push, there's no clear resistance until the mid-pivot at 41.65. That's a long way to run for the longs. I could be wrong, of course. If we break below the NY low again, the whole setup changes. But for now, I just sit and watch. Oh, and I see a lot of you asking about the robot in the chat. Guys, it's the Julia Scalper EA running right here on the screen. You can grab the lifetime license at XAUUSDjulia.com. It works on any MetaTrader 4 broker. No promises, just the tool I use. What do you think? Do we see a breakout into the close? Or more chop? Justin, hey, look at that. You're calling it right on the money. That buy is already closing in on take profit 1 at 41.11 and change. The spread is a little wide right now, but this move has legs. If we can hold above this area, that first target is ours in no time. Oh, first target slapped at plus 88, stops now at break even. So this trade is risk-free. Love that feeling. Alright, stop just locked in at break even. This one's officially risk-free. Whoo, feels good. Justine Manzatto, you called it. You were spot on with that red. The EA just locked in break even on take profit too, so we are officially risk-free on this one. I love seeing you nail those levels, man. Furkinajetti, welcome back, my friend. Yes, you caught it perfectly. Take profit too already hit on that sell trade earlier at 1328. The EA clipped 138 pips on that one and it closed clean. Right now we're in a fresh buy trade from 41.2, still running, stop is tight. So the EA is staying active here in the London-New York overlap. Glad you're watching. Justin, you are reading it exactly right. That candle not fully closing is keeping take profit 2 on hold for now. With gold sitting right at 41.10 and the market in this choppy afternoon grind, the EA is being patient, and that's exactly what we want to see. I love how sharp you are on those fib levels and tight TP zones. You spot these moments like a real scalper. Let's see how this candle plays out before we make any moves. Hey Mr. Hetela, good to see you again. You jumped in on that buy with the 15-minute candle close. Nice timing. The EA was already long from 41.2, and we've got that runner still active now. That candle close above the Asian range was exactly what we needed to see. Let's see if this one can push through to that first target at 41.17. Hey Justin Manzano, good to see you again. You're absolutely right that the 61.8 level is always a tempting spot to short. But looking at price right now at 41.10, we just bounced off support and the daily RSI at 43.6 is still soft. Not really screaming short yet. I'm watching the Asian high area for a clean rejection before I'd want to get aggressive short. If we get a fake out above that, then trapped shorts could be real trouble. Let's see how New York's reaction shapes up. Furkinajetti, my friend, you are absolutely right. The buy setup is playing out beautifully right now. We caught that bounce perfectly, and the EA locked in at break even, so this one is completely risk-free. The dollar is softening just a touch, and that's exactly what gold needed to push higher. Let's see if we can tag that second target before the New York close. Autocolor, my friend. Look, I see you watching the daily sell signal, and you're not wrong to raise an eyebrow. But right here, right now, on the lower time frames, the 5-minute and 15-minute are both screaming buy, and we just got that clean bounce off the Asian low. The EA sees momentum shifting in the short term, even if the bigger picture is bearish. I love that you're always questioning the move. It keeps me sharp. Let's see how this candle closes. Mr. Hatella, my friend, welcome back. Great to see you in the chat. I see you're watching that 4-hour close and the 41.18 level. That's exactly where my head is at too. We're sitting at 41.11 right now, and the EA's buy trade is still running from 41.2 with the stop locked in at break even. If we can hold above this zone and push through 41.18 on the 4-hour close, that's the confirmation we need to see the next leg up. Let's see if the sellers can defend it, or if we finally break through. On to Kalman, I love it. You're already planning the celebration before the trade even hits. Look at gold right now. We're sitting at 41.12 with the buy trade running strong. Take profit. One is at 41.17 and we're closing in. If we keep pushing through this Asian resistance, take profit 3 might just surprise you. Better warm up that hand, you're going to meet it. Okay, let's look at what's happening here. We are sitting right at 41.11, and just look at the price action. We had that fake flush below the London low and it snapped right back. That's trap shorts all day long. They got in under the range and now they're getting squeezed. The dollar is weak and yields are stable, so the narrative is there. I mean, the EA bought that dip perfectly. Our open trade is already up 894 pips and is sitting at break even now, totally risk-free. I honestly don't see a clear level in between. It's just that level and then nothing until the 4,100. If we hold above the Asian range, bulls have a real shot, but if we lose it, I could be wrong here. That's what the stop is for. By the way, the robot that just executed that buy and locked in the risk-free trade, that's the Julia Scalper EA over on XAUUSD Julia.com. What do you guys think? Do we push to the day open or fake out again? Alright, let's talk about what's really moving this market. The latest COT data shows the big boys are still loaded up long, at a 6-to-1 ratio speculators over hedgers. That tells me the institutional crowd is not running for the exits, even with gold down over 13% in 3 months. They see value here, or at least a squeeze waiting to happen. And right now, at 41.9, we're sitting inside the Asian range, grinding sideways with an ADX below 13. Choppiness index is neutral, which means we could go either way honestly. The EA's got a buy, running from 41.2, already 673 pips up, and the dollar's been slipping all week. That's our tailwind. But we need to reclaim the day open at 41.23 to get some momentum. Until then, it's a waiting game. Then hey, a lot of you are asking about the robot on screen. This is the Julia Scalper EA. Everything you need is at XAUUSD, Julia.com, lifetime license, works on any MetaTrader 4 broker. No promises, but the logic is rock solid. What do you think? Do we break 41.23 or get rejected again? Let me know in the chat. Frickin' a jetty, you're calling for sells right now. Look, I get it. We had a nice bounce from that 41.2 buy, but gold is stalling here around 41.9. Price is sitting right at that pivot midpoint at 41.65, and we are in a ranging market with weak ADX. Honestly, there's no clear direction yet. Let's see how this candle closes before I commit to a sell call. What's your level for a short? Okay, I'm looking at this chart right now, and the level I can't take my eyes off is this 4,100 round number. But more specifically, we've got the old Asian low that got swept earlier, right? We broke below it, snapped right back, and now we're holding. That's a classic liquidity grab if I've ever seen one. And our buy from 41.2 is sitting right in the middle of that action. The bigger resistance above that nobody's talking about is the confluence around the 41.20 to the day open. That's our magnet. If we can reclaim that during the last hour of New York, that would be huge for the bulls. Honestly, it could go either way. We're in a tight range and the market is just absorbing right now. What do you guys think? Do we push through the open or fake out and drop? Samaizo molhe. So glad you're watching live with us again. I see the EA just took a buy at 41.2, and right now it's running up nicely with over 1100 pips in profit. I know people in chat are calling for a sell, but listen to me. The EA doesn't care about the crowd. It's looking at the structure and the data on the chart. Right now, that buy is alive, break even is locked, and we're watching for take profit 1 at 41.17. Just stay seated, let the robot do its work. Jetty, welcome back. Great to see you again. I love that you're calling out the sell side. You've been watching the market closely this whole time. Right now, our EA actually has a buy trade running from 41.2, but gold is consolidating sideways, so anything could happen. Let's see if price respects the resistance levels up here, or if we finally get that downside break you're looking for. Hey, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you in the chat again. So you're seeing the buy signal on your ADX5 volume indicator, and now you're watching the EA's open buy trade running from 41.2. We are sitting at 41.14 right now, and the EA is already long, with take profit 1 at 41.17 and take profit 2 at 41.25. Your ADX5 volume lining up with the EA's direction is a nice confirmation, but remember, the EA Smart Mode is reading the market as consolidating right now, so we're not in a screaming trend. Let's see if we can push through to that first target. Alright, let's talk about what's really happening here, because this is the part I love. The game between smart money and retail. You look at the COT data, the big speculators are net long by over 6-1. They're loaded up on gold. Meanwhile, the Fear and Greed Index was at 32 just a week ago. People were panicked, and now it's crawling back to neutral at 47. Retail gets shaken out at the bottom, institutions accumulate, and then, the turn. That's the playbook. We're consolidating right now. ADX is low, but the 1H and 4H all say buy. The higher time frame structure is holding. My open buy from 41.2 is running, up 1200 pips, and the EA just locked it to break even, so we're risk-free. Oh, and traders in over 40 countries run the same robot on their own accounts. You can see the strategy live at XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Are we coiling for a breakout higher? Or does retail get the last laugh here? Misa, my friend, good to see you again, and I love that level of analysis. You're absolutely right to factor in the commercial banks. Those guys have been piling up long positions hard in the COT data, and that heavyweight backing is one big reason I'm not panicking even after today's chop. You're spot on about the ADX too. Right now it's reading a measly 18 on the EA panel, so the market is in a no-trend phase, which means more noise. The smart play is to wait for that ADX to start climbing, just like you're saying, before we get a clean expansion move. I'm sitting here watching the price hug that 4,100 psychological zone, and honestly, if we hold above it into the close, that's your confirmation. So glad you're here, big man. Your patience is going to be rewarded. No, I've been staring at this chart for hours, and here's the thing that's really bugging me. The fear and greed index jumped from 32 to 48 in a week. That's a massive shift in sentiment, and gold hasn't really responded the way I'd expect. But check out this open trade we've got. Bought at 41.2, now 870 pips in profit. The EA did a clean sweep of the Asian low, and we just snapped right back. Classic liquidity grab. RSI on the daily is 43, which is actually oversold territory for gold, and the MACD just crossed above the signal line on the 4-hour. I'm not saying we're reversing, but that divergence is worth watching. Oh, and by the way, a bunch of you have been asking about the robot. That's the Julia Scalper EA, running right here on screen. Everything about it is at XAUUSD Julia.com. Lifetime license, works on any MetaTrader 4 broker, no subscription nonsense. Right now, I'm honestly sitting on my hands a bit though. 4,100, held, 41.15, rejected us 5 times today, and I want to see which level breaks first before I get excited either way. What do you guys think? Do we reclaim the day open at 41.23? Or are we hunting lows below 4,100? Alright, new sell just entered at 41.08 even. Stop set above at 41.1265. Target stacked down at 0337, 0027, and the runner out at 40.9563. Markets grinding sideways right now. Smart mode's definitely keeping a close watch, but the trade's in and we just ride. Workin' a jetty, you love the excitement, don't you? Look at this new sell we just got in, at 41.08. It's already running nicely with 11 pips in profit. Let's see if this one grabs take profit one for you.
Alright, let's talk about this level right here, because I can't take my eyes off it. We're sitting at 41.6, and for me that's the battleground. If you look at it, the Asian low got swept, we snapped back, but we're still trading below the day open of 41.2350. That tells me the sellers are still in control until we reclaim that, But look at the price action right on the 4,100 round number. That's psychological, right? We've tested it a few times today and it's holding. Honestly, this could go either way from here. We have a sell running from 41.8 and we're just letting it breathe. The key is, do we hold this 4100 zone or does it give way? That's what I'm watching for the next hour. And speaking of setups, this exact robot you're watching managed that trade and hit those take profits earlier today. That's the Julia Scalper EA. It's live and running over at XAUUSD if you want to see what it's about.
Furkan, great to see you again in the chat. Look, nothing in trading is ever guaranteed 100%. But what I can promise you is this system is built to manage risk and take high probability targets. We are in a sell right now, with take profit 1 at 41.336. The trade is already running in profit by 183 pips. So far so good, but let's just watch the price action together and see if it respects that level. I wouldn't call it guaranteed, but I like where we are sitting. Firkin, my friend.
Exactly right. Patience is everything in gold right now. Look at that sell we have open. It's building nicely, and the market is respecting the levels. The EA is doing its job. We just let it work. You know what I love about this trade? We didn't chase it. We waited for the right entry at 41.8, and now it's 241 pips in profit. That's discipline, and you're seeing it live. First target just clipped for plus 49. Stop is now locked at break even, so this one's completely risk-free. Now we just wait and see if the next target steps up. Ooh, stop just slid to break even, which means this trade is officially risk-free now. Love watching that safety net lock in.
Okay, you guys, let's zoom out for a second and look at the big picture. The daily and weekly trends are both screaming sell, and the big money on the COT report is still heavily long, but that's a crowded trade, and that usually ends badly. The Fed is almost certain to hold steady, which on the surface is good for gold, but the price action tells a different story. We're down 3.5% on the month, and we are a whopping $1,498 off the all-time high. That's a massive, massive drop. Now, zooming into today, we opened at 40.12, and we've been basically a bearish mess ever since. We swept the Asian low and just kept going, right? The London and New York ranges are both underneath that, which tells me the sellers are in full control. I'm watching this 41.4 level though. That's where the 4-hour Bollinger Midband is hanging out, and we keep testing it. If we close a candle below that, I think we slide to the 40.75 area and maybe even retest that 40.55 low from yesterday. Right now, our open sell from 41.8 is looking pretty good. It just clipped its first target, which is always nice. Locked in a profit there and moved the stop on the runner to break even. So now we're absolutely risk-free on this one. That's the kind of execution this EA handles so perfectly, and it's exactly what you're watching live on the stream. You can get this same robot over at XAUUSDjulia.com. This is a rough week, to be honest. 3,000 in the red, 72 trades, and it's been a grind. But that's gold in a range. The volatility is low, the ADX is weak on the lower time frames. We're just in a waiting pattern. Let's see if Wait, look at this divergence on the 5-minute chart. RSI pushing higher with every little bounce, but price just keeps grinding lower. That's usually how we trap the late shorts before a snapback. And sure enough, we just tapped the Asian low and gold is sitting right at 41.3 now holding. My open sell from 41.8 has been running for a bit. We took partials earlier, stops at break even, so she's risk-free. The EA took a couple hits today, we're down on the session, but that's the cost of business in this chop. Be honest with you, with ADX at 18 and volatility collapsing, we're just waiting for New York to pick a side. What do you guys see? Do we sweep the day open, or finally flush into that 40.77 liquidity? Hey Blub. Oh man, I hear you. Today has been a real chop fest, hasn't it? 72 trades, 38 wins, 34 losses. Feels like the market just can't make up its mind. But hey, if you walked away with some green, that's a win in my book. Let's see if gold can hold above 4,100 and give us a clean move toward that 41.20 area. I'm watching closely, you're not alone in this grind. Kamtakolhin, you're back and ready for action again. I love that energy. Gold is sitting at 41.4 right now, and with this sell trade running 288 pips in profit, it's looking strong. You might not need to slap your face yet, but if that take profit 3 runner catches a big move, maybe save some dancing energy for that 41.19 level you've been eyeing. Okay, I think we're about to see a big move here, guys. I mean, look at this. We're sitting below the Asian low, below the day open, and the daily chart is screaming sell. The RSI on the daily is at 43, still plenty of room to run lower, and the MACD is negative. But here's the thing, we're in a range. ADX is weak, CHOP index is neutral. So the big move I'm talking about might be a fake out first. We already swept the Asian low, right? Classic liquidity grab. Now we're hovering around 41.5, and the EA has a sell running from 41.8 with 292 pips in profit. That's a nice cushion, but I'm watching the 41.15 level like a hawk. If we reclaim that, the bears might be in trouble. What do you guys think? Do we break lower, or is this a trap? Blub. Good to see you back, my friend. I see you're hoping for a push to the upside. Look, we are in this sell trade right now at 41.8, and it is working nicely so far. But I get it, you love to trade those patterns. The daily is still a strong sell, but on the 15-minute time frame, I am watching that choppiness index, and it is high. The market is ranging, so either direction could get a fast move. Let's see how this candle closes before we make any bets. What are you seeing on your head and shoulders setup? Rakesh Yadav, welcome to the stream. So glad you're here. We've got a sell trade running on gold right now, currently up about 400 pips. The market is a bit choppy this New York session, but the EA is managing it well. How are you doing today? You know what's actually interesting about today? Look at the VIX. Fear is at 15.4 and dropping, yet gold is getting sold off into a Friday close. That's a little contrarian, right? Typically when the fear gauge is that calm, the dollar gets hammered and gold rallies a bit. We're doing the opposite. For anyone just hopping in, by the way, everything you see on screen is running itself. That's the Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSD trading live in real money, zero human intervention. We're sitting at 41.460, and we broke below the Asian low of 41.9 earlier, which is a bearish statement intraday. But here's the thing, the EA is still holding a short from the 41.8 area, and that trade is now 353 pips in profit. The market is a total slop fest though, ADX. At 16? That's barely a pulse. We're in pure rangeland. Honestly, I'm just sitting here watching the hourlies. They're trying to push lower, but price just keeps bouncing off the 4,100 zone like it's a trampoline. Who knows if we get that NY close below it? If we do, the weekly open at 41.84 is miles away, and we could see some serious positioning into the weekend. But if not, we might just be stuck in this range all the way to the close. No reason to force anything. EA's done its job. Risk-free trade right now. Let's see if the bears have any teeth left. Alright guys, Friday afternoon, 17:53 GMT, and gold is just stuck. We're at 41.3, sitting below the Asian low, below the day open. Bears have been in control all session. The EA's got a sell running from 41.8, 437 pips deep. And honestly, that's the story of the day. We've been grinding lower, but it's been a choppy grind, not a clean break. Now, look at the indicators. The 5-minute, 15-minute, and 1 hour are all screaming sell, and the daily is still bearish. But here's the thing. The 4 hour is neutral, and the weekly is neutral too. So we're in this weird spot where the short term says lower, but the bigger picture is saying, not so fast. I'm watching the 4,100 level, like a hawk. If we break and hold below that, we could see a run toward the 47.7 EY low. But if we bounce here, we might just chop back up into the 41.15 zone. Honestly, it could go either way. That's why we let the EA manage the risk and we just watch the closes. What do you guys think? Do we break the 4,100 or fake it? Oh, take profit 2, just tagged for plus 80. Runner's still live though, so this thing isn't done yet. Let's see if it can stretch just a little further. Oh man, yesterday was just non-stop action. Gold was punching through levels left and right. Today, totally different animal. We're in this quiet, choppy range, 80x, barely registering 19, and it feels like the market's catching its breath. I mean, we're sitting below the Asian low at 41.1, and I don't have a clue if we're heading back to test that 40.94 area or drifting up to fill the gap above. Honestly, it could go either way. Right now, the EA's got a sell runner live from that 41.8 entry. We're 700 pips deep and still holding, which is wild for a Friday afternoon in this dead zone. The VIX is dropping, yields are flat, so there's no fear pushing things one way or another. I love that the robot just waits for these windows to open instead of forcing trades. That patience is everything. Oh, and we just had the EA hit another take profit a few minutes ago. It's been stacking them cleanly through this chop. This is the exact system you're watching live, my friends. The Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSD.com. It finds these setups when most traders are stuck watching paint dry. What do you guys see here? Break above 41.8 or another dip into London's range? Deal Raza, my man. Good to see you again. Yes, we have a sell trade open right now, enter hit 41.8, and it's running well, currently up about $1,700. Gold is sitting at 41.2, still under the 50 SMA, so the bias is bearish. Let's see if this one pushes toward take profit 1 at 40.95. Alright guys, Friday afternoon, 14:13 Eastern, and gold is in a real fight. We're sitting at 41.4, and honestly, the EA has been working hard, but it's been a choppy mess. We're down about 11.10 on the day, 74 trades, 40 wins, but those losses hurt a bit more, right? The open trade right now is a sell from 41.8, and we're already 382 pips in profit, which is nice, but with this range, nothing feels clean. The thing is, the market's just stuck. ADX at 16.9, choppiness at 51.8, it's tight. We're below the Asian low and the day open, so bears have the edge, but we keep bouncing off that 40.94 London low. I mean, we traded all the way down to 40.77 in NY and then snapped back, so the big boys are defending some zone here.
I could be wrong, but as long as we hold below the 41.20s, I'm leaning with this sell. But honestly, who knows until we break one of these levels cleanly. What do you guys think? Are we heading for a range break into the close? Let me know where you're watching from.
Wait, look at this. I'm seeing a bearish divergence forming on the 15-minute chart that I don't like for the buyers at all. We're sitting at 41.3, price is below the Asian low, below the day open, below all the key pivots, and the hourly MACD just crossed above the signal line, but the price isn't following. That's the textbook sign of exhaustion, my friends. The EA is running a sell from 41.8, currently 521 pips in profit with the stop move to break even. So we're basically risk-free and letting this runner breathe into the weekend. If we hold below this 41.3 level through New York's close, I think we could see a test of the 40.77 area, the NY low from today, before any real bounce. And if you're wondering how the EA manages this kind of discipline on any broker, it installs in about 5 minutes with a video guide over at XAUUSD.com. No fuss, no nonsense. What do you guys think? Are we getting a clean flush into the close, or is this divergence gonna trap the sellers? Alright, fresh buy just opened at 41.0372. Stops tight below at 99.88. Targets are 70.56, 10.12, and the runner away at 13.96. Market's just chalking side to side, smart mode's okay with it, so we'll see if it finds a breakout or fades. Lub, great to see you again, my friend. I remember you were holding that long earlier and you were right to stay in it. Now we've got this fresh buy running at 41.3 and I'm watching it closely. Take profit 2 is at 41.10, and with the dollar flat and yield stable, there's a real chance we can push through that level. Let's see how this candle closes on the 15-minute. That's going to tell us a lot. Kontekelharen, you know I love your energy, but we are in a tricky spot right now. This buy opened at 41.3, and the stop is just $4 below at 40.99. Gold is testing that range floor as we speak, and the chop index is high, so it could go either way. I'm watching the 15-minute candle closely. If it closes below 4,100, that stop is likely gone, but if we hold here, the bounce could be sharp. Given your dancing spirit, I hope we get the bounce. Up, my friend. Good to see you again. You know, I'm looking at this exact bounce right now, and I think you're onto something. We thought that open buy sitting at 41.03, and the market is testing that level like it wants to hold. The daily RSI is still down at 43, so there's plenty of room to run if the buyers step in. But I'm watching the 15-minute chart closely. If we lose that support, this could get ugly fast. What do you think? Is this the head and shoulders you were talking about earlier? Or are we coiling for a breakout higher? Okay. Fresh sell just opened at 41.01.97. Stops tight above at 41.05.63. First target down at 98.31. Second at 95.87. And the runner way out at 92.21. Market's choppy as heck right now. Smart mode's definitely being cautious, but the trade's in the books. Visual. There he is, the man himself. Welcome back, my friend. Oh, I was just waiting for that energy. We just opened a fresh sell at 41-OH-1-97, stops tight, and we're already seeing that rejection off the high. Gold is trying to figure out its next move here, but I love that you're locked in with us. Let's see if this sell has some legs. New York is just getting warmed up.
Alright, okay, let's talk about what the big money is actually doing here. The latest COT data shows speculators are still loaded up long. Over 6 longs for every short. That's a massive positioning. So the institutions are clearly betting on higher gold longer term, but today, we're stuck in this brutal chop. We're at 41.2, which is below the Asian low all day, below the day open at 41.23. The bears have the intraday control, no question. But with that bullish backdrop from the pros, I'm not convinced we just crash through. Could go either way honestly, that's why we let the EA do the hunting for us. And speaking of, you just saw it hit that sell take profit cleanly off the London range. That is the robot live in action, the same Julia Scalper EA you can get on XAUUSD Watching it work is the best demo there is. As for our open sell from 41.1, it's sitting 58 pips underwater right now and the market is range bound with ADX at 10, so we're just waiting. No reason to force anything here. Let the market prove itself, let these Friday afternoon moves settle, and if we can't drop through the 77 area, we might see a squeeze back up to the 40 handle. You know how it works. Oh, first target hit for plus 36, and stops locked at break even now. Nice, that's a clean bank. Let's see if we can stretch a little further. Oh, stop, just slid up to break even. Completely risk-free now. Okay, love it. Alright, so we're sitting at 40.98, 14:45 New York time on a Friday. This has been a grind, honestly a proper chop fest with that ADX barely breathing. We've been through 79 trades, a bit of a bruising day dollar-wise, but that's the nature of this game. You get slapped around until you find the rhythm. I'm watching this open sell we've got from 41.1, we're about 300 pips in profit now. Stop already slid to break even. The key for me, we're holding below the Asian low, below the day open, and we've got the 41.9 level acting as resistance now. If we can't reclaim that, I think the bears keep control into the close. The dollar is flat, yields are steady, but the bigger picture, the weekly is neutral, and we're miles below those key EMAs. The trend from above is still down. That last TP just hit on the stream, which was a clean 36 pips. This is exactly the kind of calm, disciplined execution the robot handles best. No emotion, just hitting the levels. That's the Julia Scalper EA. You're watching Trade, live at XAUUSD, julia.com. What do you guys think? Do we try to squeeze back up into London's range before the bell? Or do we bleed lower into the weekend? Drop your 2 cents. I'm watching the 40.90 level. If that goes, the next magnet is the NY low.
Alright, okay. So look at that little squeeze we just had into the close. Gold tried to reclaim the 41.15 area, that NY open, and it just got smacked right back down. We're sitting right on this 41.1 handle, and with the daily RSI at 43 and MACD still bearish, the path of least resistance is still lower, you know? The market is just so choppy though. ADX is barely breathing, so I'm not getting married to any direction. We do have this open sell from 41.199, and it's already 42 pips in profit. The EA locked the stop to break even, which is exactly what a disciplined system does. Risk is off. Honestly, even with a rough day, that's the only thing that matters, letting the runner breathe. We just need to hold below the Asian low at 41.9 for this to keep working. Speaking of chop, today has been an absolute mess. 79 trades, we're down a bit, but the win rate is solid. That's just the cost of doing business in a range, my friends. The bigger picture still favors the bears as long as we're below the week open at 41.84. I'm curious though, what do you guys think? Do we get a late New York flush below 40.77? Or are we just grinding into the weekend? Let me know in the chat. Alright, let's talk about what's really happening under the hood here, because the price action alone isn't telling the full story. You see gold stuck in this range, 80 pips of chop, and most retail traders are getting their faces ripped off trying to pick a direction. Just look at our trade history today. A bunch of stops getting chewed up on both sides. But look at the COT data from last week. The big money, the institutions, they're still net long over 6-1. Almost 250,000 contracts. That tells me this pullback from 3-month highs is the smart money shaking out the weak hands before the next leg up. Not a change in trend. Meanwhile, the Fear and Greed Index has climbed from 26 to 48 in just 3 weeks, as prices dropped, so retail is getting scared near the lows, right when the banks are probably accumulating. The EA doesn't care about any of that psychology, it just reads the levels and fires. And that's why you don't need a year of experience to trade like this. You just need the robot doing the heavy lifting. We're sitting at our sell from the 41.1 level. Stops to break even now. So it's a free trade riding the Friday afternoon drift. If you want to see how this whole system works without watching charts all day like I do, check out XAUUSDjulia.com. Hey, Quantacolorin, good to see you again. You know, I actually think you might be onto something there. With the dollar holding flat and yield stable, gold doesn't have a compelling reason to dump right now. We're sitting right at 40.98 with that sell trade still open, but the CHOP index is high at 57. The market is being indecisive. Let's see if we get a push into the close, or if it just ranges here. Either way, you know I love watching this with you. Runner just closed at break-even, so no loss there. Take profit one already banked earlier, so we're still green overall. Clean, solid trade. Hi, FX Harry. Yes, that's right, the Telegram channel is XAUUSD Julia on Telegram, and for direct support or purchases you can message XAUUSD Julia on Telegram directly. The channel has all the latest updates and live trade signals from my account, so definitely join there if you want to stay in the loop. But fair warning, the real magic is the EA itself running on the MetaTrader 4 platform, doing all this automatically.
Alright, let me level with you guys. The Fed is basically locked in at these rates, right? Flat dollar at 100.97 is telling us there's no catalyst, so gold is stuck in this mid-range purgatory. We're at 41.1, and technically, everything from the 5-minute up to the daily is screaming sell, but with the ADX at 11, that sell signal has no follow-through whatsoever. It's just a choppy mess. So what happened today? The EA grinded through 81 trades, and honestly, the 7-2 stings a little because we had some traction earlier. That buy at 15.53 that banked 88 pips was clean. Price swept the Asian low, then snapped right back. But then we got trapped trying to short the London range, and those stops, oof, that hurt. We're sitting on our hands now, and that's a position too, because trying to trade this range is like trying to catch a falling knife. You'll just get cut. Oh, and speaking of that 88 pip win you just saw, that's the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com, doing exactly what it does. You're watching it trade live, no BS, no promises, just the math working in real time. Let me know where you're watching from, guys. Alright, fresh buy just went live at 41.0257, stops tight below at 98.78, targets up at 06.36, 08.89, and the runner out at 12.68. Market's choppy as heck. Smart mode's watching, so we'll see if it can muscle through the noise.
Wow. Look at this gold right now, just sitting at 41.1, barely breathing since the NY Open. We're in this ridiculous range. ADX is a measly 9 on the lower time frames, so there's no conviction anywhere, and honestly, I'm watching the 4,100 handle like a hawk. If we can hold above the Asian low that got swept earlier, I think there's potential for a grind back toward the day open at 41.23. But the dollar is flat and yields are stable, so there's no catalyst to push us either way. I'm thinking out loud here. This buy we're in is sitting at 41.2, and the EA is already reacting to the chop, tightening stops and protecting capital. And that's exactly why I love this system, because in a market like this, sitting on your hands is a position. By the way, guys, this Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD, Julia.com, is the exact robot you're watching navigate all this noise live.
Let me know where you're trading from today. I'm curious.
Konta Kalhern, my friend, welcome back. You're watching it right alongside me. Gold is heavy, not pumping, just grinding sideways around 41.1. You've been skeptical of the buys, and honestly, this choppy market has me watching the candle closes closely. The ADX is super weak, so the EA is dancing in range mode right now. What's your read? Do you see it coiling for a move lower? Or are you waiting for a bounce to slap that take profit 3 and start dancing again?
Hey Woo, welcome to the stream. So glad you're here with us. You've joined at a really interesting moment. Gold is sitting around 41.1, and we just closed a runner at break even after banking take profit 1 earlier, so that trade was a clean green one. How are you enjoying the show so far? Ramzan, you're watching the same price action I am. We just had a sell-side breakout earlier, and the EA caught some nice TP1S and a take profit too, but now gold is bouncing off the lows around 40.98 support. The hourly trend is still bearish, but that daily RSI at 43 is not oversold enough to call a bottom yet. I'm letting the EA read the chop. It's got a buy open right now, so I'd say the short term is trying to fight the daily bias. Respect your view though, let's see if this New York session shakes it further.
You know what's funny? Yesterday we were staring at that 40.55 low, wondering if gold would finally crack. And today we literally broke below Asian range, swept London, and now we're sitting at 41.2 like nothing happened. Classic Friday chop, right? My open buy from just a few minutes ago is already 40 pips underwater, but honestly, the range is so tight with that ADX below 7, I'm not sweating it yet. We could snap right back above the day open at 41.23 if the dollar decides to blink. That's the thing about being this compressed. When it breaks fast. What do you guys think? Are we building a spring here or just bleeding into the close? IPHONE 6SALIK. Welcome back, my friend. You're absolutely right to call that out. It's been a rough 24 hours for sure. But here's the honest truth. We are in a choppy, ranging market right now, and the EA is picking up a lot of small hits because that's just the nature of this price action. You can see in the trade history, mini wins and mini losses back to back. That's not fun to watch, but it's real. The EA is designed to survive days like this and clean up when the trend finally returns. Stick with me, we've been through worse and bounced back. All right, let's talk about this market. Fear and Greed Index is sitting at 49 neutral, but it's climbing from that 32 low we saw just a week ago. That's a shift in sentiment. And when I see the VIX dropping to 15, that's complacency. The market is too comfortable, right? That's exactly when gold can surprise you. Price action here is... it's rough. We're at 41.2, well below the day open at 41.23, and we've been trading under the Asian low all session. That's a clear sign of weakness. The RSI on the daily is only 43, not oversold, and the MACD is still in negative territory. Every time frame is screaming sell, but we're in a range with ADX at 7.9. That's basically no trend. So we're waiting for a breakout. I've got a buy running from 41.2, 73, 16 pips in profit. The EA put it in, and we're just letting it breathe. Honestly, if we can't reclaim the 41.9 Asian low, I'm not thrilled. But who knows, this market could chop sideways for hours. That's why we don't force anything. If you're not watching this live, you're missing the real action, every win, every loss, nothing cherry-picked. That's why we stream 24/7 at XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Does gold hold here? Or do we sweep the NY low at 40.77? Let me know.
Oh, there it is. Take profit 1 just tagged for plus 36, and the stop's now locked at break even. Okay, that's a perfect start. No risk left, just pure upside from here. Ooh, stop, just slid up to break even. Okay, I love that. No risk left now. Let's see if it can keep climbing.
Alright, let's talk about this session. It's Friday afternoon, New York's winding down, and we're sitting at 41.8, right below the Asian low, which got swept earlier in a classic liquidity grab. We've already had a busy day, the EA's been chipping away, and right now we've got that buy from 41.2, running already hit take profit 1, stops locked at break even. I love that. No risk left, just a free runner. Now look at the indicators. The daily RSI is still below 50 at 43.7, and the MACD is above its signal line, which is encouraging for a grind higher, but the big picture is still bearish on the weekly and daily frames. The 4-hour chart says buy, the daily says sell. It's a tug of war. Honestly, we're in no man's land between the 43.17 Bollinger Band top and the 39.44 bottom. I don't have a clear conviction here, and that's okay. The EA's scalping what it can, and that's exactly what we want in a choppy, range-bound market. And you just saw it, the robot clip that take profit won cleanly a few minutes ago, right on cue. That's the Julia Scalper EA in action, live on XAUUSD, Julia.com, the same system you're watching trade right now. If you're curious what it sees that you might miss, check it out. For now, we hold the runner and see if we can grab another leg before the bell. Oh, take profit 2 just hit for plus 61. Okay, that is solid. Runner is still live though, so we're not done yet. Let's see if it can push to that final target. Wow. Take profit 3 just hit. That's a full sweep. Every single target banked. Oh, that feels good. Perfect trade from open to close. Okay, look at the COT data from this week. The big boys are still loaded up. Net long almost 200,000 contracts. That tells me the institutions are not scared of this pullback. They're actually positioning for the next leg higher. And right now, on the ground, we're sitting at 41.11, which is basically inside the Asian range. We're caught between the day open above us at 41.23 and the London low that we swept earlier. It's a classic Friday afternoon squeeze zone. No one wants to commit big money into the close. The EA just locked in a full take profit 3 sweep on that last buy, and this exact robot, the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com, is what's executing those moves live. I'm honestly just watching the hourly RSI cook here. If we can reclaim the 41.20 area, the bulls might have something to say, but I'm not forcing anything. Let's see if the dollar stays flat or finally breaks.
Mup Bitcoin, look who just rolled in, the man with the 4122 target and Jakarta meetings. Welcome back, my friend. Gold is sitting at 41.11 right now, feeling quiet during this New York session, but the EA just crushed a take profit 3 earlier today. You missed some action, but I have a feeling you're about to make things interesting again. How was Jakarta? Hey ma Bitcoin, welcome back. Good to see you again. Jakarta, huh? That's a long way from the gold pits, I get it. But here's the beauty, you don't need to sit at the screen. The EA is running 24/7, scanning the market and taking entries while you're in meetings or traveling. Right now it's quiet, no open trade, but it's watching the chop closely. So relax, let the bot do the heavy lifting. Let's see if it can hit that target of yours.
Ma Bitcoin, you're back, and you're already giving me fashion advice. I love it. Look, I'll take the black suit suggestion under consideration, but you know what really suits me? Seeing those take profit 3 wins roll in. Speaking of which, we just had a full sweep earlier. Take profit 1, take profit 2, take profit 3, all banked. That's the kind of outfit I never get tired of wearing. Atitapalintesum, my friend. Great to see you again. Oh, the gold market closes for the weekend soon. The New York session is winding down. Friday's cash settlement usually happens around 5 p.m. New York time, so we've got just a couple hours left of live action. Enjoy the final push of the week. Alright, okay, let's talk about something interesting. Looking at this daily chart, the MACD just crossed above its signal line for the first time in weeks, and that's happening while price is still below the daily bearish cloud. That's a divergence I don't see every day. The momentum is trying to flip before price has actually broken anything. Right now we're stuck inside this New York range, testing the 4115 area, and my gut says we're coiling up for something. The EA took 3 full targets on that last buy scalp, so we're having a solid Friday. What do you guys think? Does this MACD cross mean we finally see a real bounce off these lows? Or is it just another dead cat within the larger downtrend? I'm curious where your heads are at. It's Friday night, US session is winding down, and gold is sitting at 41.11, just kind of hovering. We had a solid afternoon, man. The EA banked 3 full take profits on that last buy run, plus another TP sweep on a sell. 48 wins out of 85 today, and the P&L is up over 4,500, so I'm not complaining. But the daily chart is still bearish as hell, right? We're below the day open, below the weekly open, and the RSI on the daily is only at 43. No real buying pressure yet, just reactive scalps. That's why the robot keeps its stops tight and moves to break, even after the first target, every time. Risk management first, my friends. If you want to see how this thing reads these liquidity sweeps live, go check the EA at XAUUSDjulia.com, because honestly, this chop is exactly the kind of environment it was built for. Wait, okay, hold on. Look at this divergence on the 4-hour chart. Gold is trading at 41.11, which is fine, but the MACD is curling up while price has barely moved for the last 4 candles. That's the kind of thing I wake up for. You see it? Price is trying to push through the Asian range. We reclaimed the 41.9 area. That's our support, but we're still stuck below the day open at 41.23. If we can't clear that, it's just noise. Now, I know you've been asking about the EA. Yes, it's quiet right now, no open trades. And honestly, that's discipline. In this chop, ADX and 18, choppiness index sitting where it is, we wait. The EA knows the ranges, it'll fire when there's a real move, not this fake push and pull. 45.13 in the green today, 48 wins out of 85, and we didn't force anything. That's the whole point. One thing bugging me though, the daily still says sell, right? We're under all the key moving averages, EMA 20, SMA 50, SMA 200, all above us. That's a heavy ceiling. So I'm watching this 4H buy signal with a critical eye. Could it flip? Sure, but until we take out the old high at 41.37 and hold it, I'm not trusting the upside. What do you guys think? Break above or another rejection into the close? Let me know. Alright, so yesterday we had that nice clean range and a solid win, but today has been a completely different animal. We're sitting at 41.13. We're inside the Asian range. We haven't even reclaimed the day open at 41.23. The 4-hour and daily charts are fighting each other like crazy. 4-hour says buy. The daily RSI is at 44, sitting there pregnant with a potential sell signal. Honestly, this is the textbook Friday chop. The volume is just gone. The EA is doing the right thing by standing by. There's no edge here. No point forcing a trade when the dollar is flat as a pancake and fear is at neutral. Oh, we actually had a pretty good spurt of wins just a few hours ago, snagged a triple target on a buy off the New York session low. That's the kind of trade you wait all session for, but since then, it's been slow. And that's fine, you know, traders in over 40 countries are running this same robot on their accounts, and a lot of them are probably in the same boat, just chilling. Let me know if you're seeing something I'm missing on this 4150 level, because that 50 SMA is above us and acting like a thick wall right now. Check the full setup and stats at XAUUSD Julia.com.